Well, hello there. Hey, Mr. Pluck. You're early today. How's it going? How's the guitar? How's the projects? How's all the stuff? Just looking at all the stuff. What's up? The usual. Played a concert today? Awesome. Was this guitar or was this something else? Now I can just practice. Awesome. Guitar? Rock on, dude. That's amazing. All right. So, we have set that up there. We have sort of borrowed the functionality of toolbar here. We don't need, I don't think, the overflow. We shouldn't have that many things. But what I'd like to investigate. Currently we have just we need to make a home page first. But currently we have just a switcher for the different things. But for the map editor, I would kind of like this stuff to live up here, I think. If we're going to have a bar on everything, right? It seems kind of like the play. So we'll investigate that a little bit. And we'll also investigate, I think, setting up something here that's actually real. And I'm almost thinking like just a centered box that also has clickies for the different deals. Also kind of like to get it able to to fire a warning box off if you try to like leave the map page when there's an unsaved change. My boss this week decided to flex on us, use some kind of AI LLM tool to build some UI, and showed how it can implement the change just on a prompt. Change that field into drop-down box. Said it cost me only $20 a month. I said, cool, ship to production then. I have no problem with it. It sounds like you have a similar opinion to me, where you encourage processes to fail so that they can be observed to fail, and then rational thought can once again take over. This is the way? Yeah. I've worked with people that would say, well, if we don't take care of this, it'll break. And usually they were trying to do like way too much work. And I would say, good, let it. We need more people. So this top bar, I'm wondering if we can hook into you for the sake of handlers and things like that. I'm also wondering if these things are actually actually shut down or not, or if they're like quietly running in the background. So that's a thing I want to check on. He said the advantage of that tool is it is not asking questions. I explained to my team that doing the code is $20 a month. The other $9,980 are to ask questions. Yeah, right. And also to answer them, right? Because if you spent the time to write the thing, you'll have at least an idea of how it works or where to look for a problem when one comes up. So there was something in here that dealt with the scene, I thought. Scene styler, okay. Answers are cheap today. LLMs have all the answers. I mean, do they though? Are you remembering to eat your one small rock per day per geologist recommendations? The value today is in the questions. I mean, it's kind of always been in the questions, right? And I wonder if I have the ability. Let's run this really quick and take a look. If I go over to here, let's say, and I look at my inspect. At some point, you understand that LLM are not exposed to the most precious knowledge since nobody is rushing to share it with the world. I mean, there's that too. But also, just like by nature, they output the most median of median answers and, you know, utter nonsense in general. Howdy, the algorithm blessed me with your live stream. Cool. Welcome. Glad to hear it. So if I was in here, I guess we might want to go to map for this and try to hook into to add buttons and take them away, right? Not true, it depends on the prompt. I mean, the you need to prompt better argument really doesn't convince me of anything. Because it's like always the answer, right? Never tried Go before, but learning C, so this is interesting to me. Awesome. Stupid questions lead to stupid answer space. Precise questions will lead you to hidden corners of esoteric knowledge. I mean, we had Stack Overflow for that, right? And the advantage of things like Stack Overflow was that you would get exposed to smarter questions when you didn't even know what you were looking for yet. Like I could pass a reference to this, but I don't really want to. But I think because this is the scene, I should be able to access the child of the scene that is top bar. And if I can do that, need an exit here too. If I can do that, I should be able to do stuff, right? If your question looks like Stack Overflow question, you'll get the answer from Stack Overflow. If your question looks like from a single book holding the unique right answer, you'll get that answer. But you won't get all of the discussion. It's like navigating the scientific library. But if I want to access that, from inside of other things, like let's just try. I believe it's edit bar that listens to events from the top bar that exists currently inside of map editor. And it would maybe it was it no it was main. That's even better though, because then we can do this. And actually, even better than that, we have this. And it's a frame because we're just building our own. We put buttons in there. Let's just put in a test button here. And this it wouldn't be that. It would be just handle event to pass it up. But this we have to be careful about what we handle, right? But after we do all this, we have new editor, main toolbar. We'll set you to bar. After we build you, and then okay, let's just go down here. Is it 3D game engine? No, mud text game. We do custom events here. So we would have to have a reference or to get it into here to put it up there. And we have to figure out how to get it out when we close the thing. But we can also just say on click, we'll just do we'll just print out that we click the test button. Now, theoretically, I put you in here instead. It's fine. So it's not firing there, which is to be expected if this doesn't exist yet. Now it's firing. And if I go over here, it's still firing. So that code still exists after it has been created, right? This is still an active listener. So we need to do... There is a defer for... It's a cogent defer. We might be able to use that. I'm from TypeScript and mainly Next.js and Nest.js. Both those syntax looking so odd to me. Like, what this do and go? It assigns a new variable. Let's also not do... Let's not do you in here. Instead of putting you on there, we'll just put you on the bar. And then... Just check the docs and see if I can find that defer. Probably in concepts? No. Unless it's on plan. Naming maker. Add init. For children. Would be build, right? No, that's core build stuff. Let me see. Defer. It's on widget base. That's a function of the widget base.defer that we called after the next update render. Okay, so it's not quite what I want. So it's not quite what I thought. So that might be a problem. I thought there was a destroy as well. could be on a different, could be on the widget base or not. This is widget base. It could be on the um, node or something like that. Actually, this is render. Let's go to widget. It does have a destroy. Okay, so we delete parts and we destroy. Deferred is that. That's all there is for that. The other thing I wonder is if this might be, because we use the pager to open. Is there something in pager that ensures something else gets cleaned up? Add page open in init. Open sets the page to that, and then it calls updates. Reset page. Oh, okay. Right, okay, because you it's typed in. We have a page exported properties. That's why. The how do we want to tie this together? Or maybe it's just a silly idea, right? But that's why we explore. Got functions, we got tooltips. Flags. New window instead of yada yada yada. We have on add, but not like on destroy. We have delete parts. That's not something we can mess with, really. Actually, if we look at our pager again, close that. Get rid of that really quick. Pages. We can get the currently open page. So here, if we were to oh, because that's a string. Crap. Oh. We can get it from Oh, because this wraps frame, which ends up being a widget base, so it should have destroy. Page names to functions that configure a page. Because this is a function, not that. Okay, so... So we can't get that. Oh, crap. So I don't think we can do that in a tidy manner. We would have to... We'd have to kill the listeners somehow without killing all of them, which we don't really want. That would be... That'd be problematic. So I think what we do is we just say, this is not currently something we can do easily in the framework. And it's probably not worth the headache, right? I don't think we gain a ton from doing this. It would be kind of nice, but the complexity we add is too high. Because there's no easy way to know when we have left a page in the pager. And to unregister things or remove them or whatever, right? So I think what we do instead is we stick with this plan for now. The pager here, currently rendered page, currently open page. These are just functions. We would need to... We'd need to give the home page an idea of what my pages are. But actually, I think we can get away with... Because pager open takes just the string and we've made them all constants. We could do a pager inside of here. Although actually we have a page already. So we can switch from here. the let's say you say you're 50. Actually, let's just do we say that you're 50-50 both. That should put you in the middle. And then let's center you, your contents that is. We would just need to have a list of valid pages. And we can either give that to home screen, or we can put it into editor. Eventually we're going to want like maybe icons to go with these. So if we put it into editor, we need to store that information as well. Or we can just do string for now. And then up here, we create our Helio here. This needs to be a what are you? Core.pages. And then we give you the we make this Telnet support server, I assume. No, WebSockets. We would have to we don't really want the homepage on the homepage. We just want map editor. We can just do an empty string here. It doesn't matter for now. Attribute editor. And then we give you available pages as well. And then in here, let's just run this to make sure we're in the center like we want to be. We're not centered in the body. Why are we not? Because this is incorrect. This needs to be inside of this center that we create that can fill the body. That's fine because we need to add centering. Oh yeah, I didn't notice you have a client project too. Yes. This is the editor right now. Here we need to have icon frame. You go into center frame. You go in here, you get this. like so. You can have a service with fine. And then center all, and then you go into icon frame. You're still not centered though, because I forgot to center all in here. We might not need center in here. We'll see. There we go. And then if we fill you, first off, let's give you... Do we want a label or is this sufficient? Let's just go with this for now. We can do... maker, which takes plan, I'm doing that wrong. We have one up here that I can look at the syntax for. Wow, I was close. Needs a func. Close, very close. And then here we can do this is actually page name, and then this is going to be nothing for now, but it will be the icon if we do that. And we do tree add. This also takes P, right? Yes. Except for this won't be a frame. It'll be a button. We'll do a styler. We'll also do set type to action button or say, but let's try start with button action. Might not actually need the styler. We'll try it without first. But in here, ooh, we'd have to do our own custom button widget if we want to make it different. That's fine. But we'll just say set text to page name. And then we would do the icons there as well. Duplicate name, editor main. What if I editor main? Hey Misha, how's it going? Am I not allowed to do this? I need to add here as well. Let's do kebab case to keep with their defaults. Duplicate name nav button. Right. Why aren't they adding... I thought it would automatically append. Maybe that was automatically generated based on the file and line number of the calling function. Which is where we got main go up above. Okay. Thought I've done this before. What am I forgetting about a maker that would make this create a new auto incrementing? Or maybe I've just never done this before this way. Interesting. Hello world. Hey Marco, how's it going? That's fine. Let's not do that. Let's just do page name will be fine. Good, replaced by an AI 3 times today already, so same as always. So I don't think I'm going to want... So I'm envisioning like rows of little buttonies, right? So I don't think I'm going to want this one to be centered. It will want a pretty decent amount of padding, I think. Or do I want... Seeing how UI is done with this framework makes me appreciate CSS and React-like components. I mean, they're kind of similar. A widget is kind of like a component. But also, I'm just bad at UI, so that's a lot of the problem. I'm a back-end guy. Maybe I want to... not justify, align. Yes. Yeah, I think that's what I want. And then as we get more, and these should be like a bigger squarey tile with an icon. And as we add more things, they'll kind of grow. Could also do is... kick up the font size a little, maybe? I had a feeling I'd find you around here at this time. You've become predictable. I mean, yes, that is true. I also want this to be to title. Right, that makes everything caps because stupid reasons. Your streaming consistency is actually quite impressive. Well, thank you. I do try to keep it consistent because like that's one of the pieces of advice you'll find, and the way that Thor put it, which really stuck in my head, was think about if your favorite TV show was on at just a random time every day. Are you gonna watch it? And I was like, oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. um, what was the? There was something else that took the place of title. Thought, because this is stupid. This is not title. Why can't I click on you? Good job, JetBrains. Capacity. This is all. Replacer. That sounds familiar. Um, I guess I could just make the strings that way. It wouldn't really matter. But, cases, that's what it is. But ba, 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 ba. This requires a little bit more. Turns a caser for language-specific title casing. Approximation of the default Unicode word break algorithm. I got totally distracted though. How are you doing today, Ash? How's your weekend been? The we need a caser. Um, it's going well. I've done a lot of gaming and very little else. I'm getting into some writing now. Excellent. How am I though? I mean, I'm all right. Um, where is this language tag? Canadian French. Let's do that. Yeah, it's it's just been another day in the mess of the world. I don't want any options here. And then that. Yes. Yes. I always forget how to use the caser. Because strings to title used to work mostly correctly. It was simplistic, but it worked. But then they broke that for some reason. Let's see. I visited my parents today and admitted that I'm not have a lot of doubts about me studying IT primarily because of AI. That I have a lot of doubts. Gotcha. Yes, that makes more sense. So my dad quickly Googled something like IT future or something and told me it says that you're all well in demand. Then asked where he got the information from. He said from Google. Says it had been summarized by AI. Well, thanks, Dad. Hello to you as well there, MD. Running. That's what I was doing. Run. Make sure that I've done this correctly. Yes. Yes, I have. Okay. And we'll have to do a custom widget for this if we want what I kind of think we do, which is like a nice icon with text below it, because that's not how buttons work in Cogent. Which is fine. We just need to build it. And then we can give it an on click when we build you. Oh, not that. On click, please. Thank you. And this just says the pager which you have access to. Open page name. Which gives us our standard behavior. And I wonder if there's a case where we'd want a close icon or something here as well. Maybe. Don't know. Let's do this, though. So we have our icon frame, but let's actually make this new frame that goes inside icon frame. New frame. We're going to rename this because this isn't really center frame anymore. This is home page. This is center frame now. This is not what I want. I want styler. Like so. And then you just grow on the X. Center all's fine. Here we do the header text. you go into the frame header. Set text is I don't know if I like that or not, but we'll roll with it for now. Do like a 20, let's just say, as the starting point. And then we have icon frame. That goes into center frame. We do that. These guys come down here. This just gets set to row. And then this comes icon frame again. I think that's okay. Let's find out. I forgot to not that one. Put you into a column. And you actually need to get the background. That's fine though. Available modules. Bam, bam, bam. We'll put this into that, and we'll get rid of our temp box here. The this comes up to the here. Fix that up. That's good. Let's also do padding up here, I think. Let's do you after, for no reason really, just visual. Yeah, I like that. Okay, let's do a quick commit here. We'll do rough in the home page with placeholder buttons for the modules. How's the weather doing where you are? I'm facing the hottest day of my life, at least as far as I can remember, on Thursday, almost 104 degrees in freedom units. That's a good question. That's very warm. Let's take a look. It's supposed to be kind of a cooler week. We've had a little bit of rain and some thunderstorms and stuff this week. In fact, there's a chance of rain, 40% today as well. High of 94, it says. Right now, it is 91, so pretty close to the high. And the thunderstorms are possible in 5 hours, so after stream. So that's good, because we haven't had any knockout power yet. We had a windstorm knock out some power, but it's always possible, right? So when I was in East Texas last year, Starlink would begin to struggle when the storms got really bad. Like my signal would start to degrade a little bit, but it didn't really matter because shortly thereafter the power would almost always go out. But they had really bad storms last year, so I would pull out the laptop and find something to do offline for a couple hours and then just go to bed early. Now that we did that, let's do... We probably want the home screen to be... Oh no, because we want access to the pager. Are you Starlink Internet? Yes. Perhaps you have not been around for discussion of the mongoose and his insane life. I'm a nomad, which means I live in an RV or a caravan to those of you in the EU. So normally I travel around and live all over the place. Right now I'm not doing a lot of traveling because it's expensive. But last year I did like 3,000 miles. I lived in Texas for a couple months, northern New Mexico for a couple months, visited places in northern Arizona. Had a lot of fun. Saw some cool stuff. Yeah, so if we move this out, we'd have to give it the pager, and that just feels messy. And what we really want to do is tweak a button, right? But for that, is the RV life actually good? Been thinking of investing in one since Gen Z ain't going to be affording a home anytime soon. That's a really hard question because if RV life is for you, then yes. um, RVs are not really built for this, so there's a lot of maintenance that needs to get done. Whether that be stuff you do yourself or things you got to pay for, right? Um, the parts are expensive. You have to have, a bigger truck to haul your house around, or get a motorized one, right? Which costs more. There is uh, the fuel cost is higher. You don't really have like a fixed, stable home and community, which a lot of people find to be a problem for them. Um, Families do it. Other families struggle because they have, kids and they like stability and stuff like that. It's really very much dependent on you and what you want in the world. Um, Personally, I don't want to live in a suburb, so it was a great thing for me to try, and I discovered I really like it out here. Your mileage may vary. Pun semi intended. It's something that I encourage anyone who actually wants to try this life to do it once and just see. Do it for cheap, as cheap as you can. Maybe start with renting, and then if that goes well, then try, give it a try. And don't feel bad if you decide that it's not for you and you go back to living in an apartment or whatever, right? But if it's just if you, it's not going to save you a ton of money, all in all. So don't do it for that. In fact, it probably won't save you any money. Um, and it comes with its downsides. So, don't do it just because, but do it because you want to, if you do. Ever since the development AI, I have actually started to enjoy the idea of this type of life, just more with the off-grid life because I'm not that much into traveling. I just want to escape society. In that case, you should go live in a cabin in the woods. Don't get an RV. It'll save you a lot of money. That's the other thing about this is, I mean, I might have to come off the road soon, right? Just because I'll need to have a job. And remote work, companies are pushing back on it because their managers are bad, basically. So, what's your plan for an income kind of plays into that decision too, right? And you can do, like, if you live super cheaply and you travel to and from places where there's work. Like there's people that do, there's a beet harvest in, I forget where. It's in the northwesterny area, Idaho maybe. I really don't remember, but it's a big thing in the nomad community. A lot of people go work the beet harvest. Um, they'll go down to Florida and work harvest work there. Like there is that sort of a migrant seasonal work. There's a lot of construction workers that do the RV thing, and because they hop from big project to big project, like right now they're doing that data center in Abilene. So there's a bunch of people down there um, right now to do that. And then whenever that's done, in a few years, they'll go to wherever the next big project is. So like it's not required to have a remote job, but like that just means you're going to be parked up long term someplace if you're going for work, right? There are people that make that work. Buttons. That's what I was thinking about. If you're not going to be yes, editor widgets. That's where you can live. Kind of the generic little widgets that live in the entire editor. Let's do page tile. And then we can do some stuff here. We're going to need, and we'll just borrow it from label text. Gonna need, no, wait. We don't need this because it's all in the same package. Let's do this. Let's do an editor widgets.go. That can hold the things we need for Cogent to type gen, which is that to tell it to do, and this for it to get the types, like so. And if that's not needed, then get rid of it. And then our page tile over here, we can just do this. Right now, it can just be a frame. We can do an init. And then frame init. We need to do a style on you, styler. It's set abilities, true, clickable, and then we need you to have text and image, let's say. SVG. What does the API look like? We'll kind of make our API similar, right, to what their widgets API looks like. Image. Except for it won't really be image. New image. OpenFS. Which we don't necessarily want to do, but a button has an SVG icon, which is just set icon. That takes an icon argument. Yeah, I'm reasonably happy to set image, I think. And that way we can have a fallback, right? So here at this level, I think we just need to know what you do. So I think we just need tree plan? Yes, tree plan. Actually impressive that you stream with Starlink. I only ever saw that it gives bad latency, so not optimal for gaming. Multiplayer, of course. So does streaming only need a good upload speed, or did they manage to produce a good latency? I get decent latency. I game on it. I play multiplayer games. I play shooter games sometimes. I have a long history of playing PlanetSide 2, which is like my favorite crappy, terrible game of all time. If I look right now, the upload bandwidth isn't amazing, which is why I use Restream instead of streaming two streams from OBS directly, because then I only need to send one pipe up, right? But if I look at my statistics, median latency for the past 15 minutes is 25 milliseconds, which is not bad. It's showing 22. I saw 21, 23, so it's not bad. The speeds and the latency also depend on location and conditions, right? But overall, it's usually pretty good as long as you can see the sky. And it's pretty forgiving with that. There was one spot where I thought I would be a little bit pushing it. The trees were 40, maybe 45 feet behind where the dish was. And they were very tall, so I was worried that it would be in the way, but it had like a little tiny bit of red at the very, very bottom of the obstruction map, and it never gave me any troubles. It's actually really good. I only saw a video where it's like 120 milliseconds. Yeah. That could have been early days too, right? They have a lot of satellites now, and they're on, I don't even know what generation. Like they keep putting up new ones, and they keep improving the firmware on them remotely, and the hardware gets better. Okay, so we'll add a icon this will be an SVG, but we'll only do this we'll need this to be the image we get. If this is a pointer, because it will be when we give it to it, new image, open FS is what we would have to do. Or does this need to be a frame because it needs to have a size? And I think we've run into that with the other buttons we made, right? We also need this to be hoverable. How do we do add child image? That's what we do. And then as part of this, we need, let's go borrow from ourselves here because it took a long time to figure this out. Docs were not great. Map widget, no, internal connection form. I think it was in here. No. Right, not form. It was in tiles. Tiles has icons. Embed FS. We embed the icons folder. So what we can do is oops, not a scratch. Directory will call you icons as well. We can actually do the same exact thing here. We'll copy our... Ooh, we don't have any of that. We'd have to build that because they're separate. Don't have... I need to get a placeholder. And we can use these guys temporarily. But a page. That's good enough. SVG, default size, whatever. Download that. And then we'll do const of fallback icon or default icon is the name. It will do default Default page icon will be fine. But this will be icons specifically. And we'll put you in there. That's not what I wanted. Okay, you did go in. Perfect. So when we create you, we start with the default icon. In order to do that, we need to say image equals new SVG, but I don't want a parent. OpenFS, EmbedFS. Humongous, how's the engine going? It goes all right. We're doing the homepage right meow. How's your engine and all your stuff there, Mr. Sai? That. Right. Wait, no. How did they do that? Where's my ducks? It's not core, it's this. OpenFS. Like so. If error is not nil. Pretty same. I just played games with an old friend yesterday, so not much progress. I mean, sometimes you need to just chillax and play some games, right? Kind of unplug a little bit. The thing we're going to want to do here, error snaky bar. We can hang it off a page tile, I guess. This is the error. Label is error opening default icon file. Default editor page icon file. And then we just return, I guess. And then, okay, so we add our icon inside of this frame. And we need to give it a size. But I really want it for it to just fit its child content, right? But that's going to require us to there's the yeah, they set a min for this sort of an example. Bet you these guys must have that's janky. These guys must just have a minimum set in them. Have we seen this page before, or is this entirely new? The home page, I don't think you've seen it before. It was just a placeholder before. Let's see. We should be able to still run this, right? Right, meow. Because we're not using any of this new stuff just yet. It hasn't been type gen even, so it doesn't know it exists. So the idea is that you will get some little icons here to click on. I might still center these, I'm not sure. but you can go to the different editors. You also have it here, but this is just like the home starting place, right? And we'll try and get that. Gotcha. The whole connecting the editors thing you were talking about yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That way you can UI them around. We'll try and get the text to remove the button for the thing that you're already in as well in a little bit. Right now, just making the buttons. I don't know that. I think I just have to set it here. And I guess we can just do like it's a 50 by 50, and we'll see where that gets us. But we add that, and then label we'll do this if this is an empty string, we'll add this, and this is actually going to be a core dot. No. This is going to be a label text. Because we created that for ourselves. And then the text will be the text. Like so. Let's go generate that. This also will need a styler. And I suspect that this will as well. You grow to fill your space. You too, except for this needs the min y. Parent height, let's say 20, just for a starting point. And 20. And if we're going to do that, we also might just get away with this should be X. To say that, look, you're just going to fill up the bottom. If you exist. Don't think that's going to matter for that, but we'll just do that anyway. So this should have added our type gen. We get set text and set image. And hopefully that's enough. So here we can, instead of doing this, we do page tile. We don't need that anymore. All that still works. We should have the default icon Okay, something has gone terribly awry. Here, opening default editor page icon file. Default page icon. Oh, yeah, that's a thing. And we didn't get our snack bar because context is nil. Um, just double check myself. Yeah, we had SVG here because it's the full file name. We need that there. But that won't fix this. I can't do that. We can get the parent though. So if that's a node, so we need to go as widget you. Let's make sure that works before we fix this. So we do want to see that error if it happens for some reason. Hmm. But you don't have a parent at this stage. That's interesting. Okay. What if we just do the scene? Okay, why though? Why you do this? I wonder if it's because we're creating you as part of this. You must run before we really exist. Do you exist if we init you before this step? Or are you still kind of in limbo? Current render window is nil. So we can't even do that. That's really annoying. Okay. We would need to either... I guess we can just do... not core. Logging, new logger, there we go. Page tile init. And then here. Let's just do an error, because it's not really fatal. It's just annoying. Error loading default page icon you. So if we do that, then we should get logs, but it should still actually work. Okay. And then after we set text, let me look at button. Where does button? Because when you set text on a button, it automatically works and gets the update. That all just uses that. So it would be in type gen, set text, just as that. So why would you not update for me? Let's go look at their init and their styler. We do all this. Maker, if you have a menu, do that. If text is not empty, which is exactly what we did, then we do the stuff. Text. Updater. Do that. Is that what do I just need to fire up a well, this is because it's text. Do I need to do it inside of the updater instead, maybe? That would kind of make sense, I guess. No, is the answer. Label. This is all in the maker. Same way we do it. Their updater for the whole thing is just that. That. We give it a styler. Then it has an updater. Just as a test, maybe I'm doing something silly. Let's make sure that I'm not. So when we add you and we set text, let's call update manually. Still nothing work. Okay. Could also be that it's just they give you set. That's what I want. They'll at least tell me if I am still existing when I error. Oh, because I did return. Right. Silly mistake. So if they do exist, they're just empty. Nothing got put into them. That's what's going on. I bet. All right, well, that got a little wonky. This needs to be also set. Have a max set. Otherwise, it go crazy. Okay. But oh, it's my file thing. Frame one, you do have text in you. You're just not very big. Which makes sense. You were only 50. I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, that's too big, but it's closer. I need to make you a column and then also just center all so you go into the middle. I feel like 250 by 250 is still kind of big, but we'll kind of walk in and see. 50 was very small. Okay, why can't I see? Label text got pushed off. Did I put you... Label that. Min and max. Your column. If I just tell you to grow, instead of trying to say that you're a thing, maybe it's better. No is the answer. Why is that the answer? It's like... What if we do this instead? this. We also need to do 0 the gap here. There we go. Those are still kind of huge. Let's cut them down a little bit on the old size. Interesting thing is that grows out of them then. If we tell you to just be max instead, then you work. And label text, I thought. No, we didn't. Okay. It still doesn't send you, though. It's like you don't know how big you are. That, if we do both of them at 100 fixed. Expect you. It's because you. It's because you're just a label text. So I need to. This needs to be a frame. And then that's all true still. Then this becomes the new label text. This, I think we actually still want to be on W. Let's make sure we didn't completely screw ourselves here. That's pretty much where we were. And then we can do center all in here, hopefully. So that now it has a container around it to know how to center itself. Whereas before it was just dumped in to its parent. There we go, okay. Now let's fix this. Okay, we just need to fix now the what's the docs on image sizing say again? Image. Just use the min and the max probably. Like so. Um, center all on you as well. And just static you to 100%. And then that's all right for a placeholder. I do want some padding on those, though. I think do it here. Just do, let's say 25. This seems to be a good starting point for the padding. I put that on the wrong place. I want that on the whole thing, not just the icon. Do that there. Hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. Let's run that. Stretch! Oh, actually needed that, I think. That felt good. That felt really good. I should have done that myself. Thank you. Except for still... I'm not thinking padding, I'm thinking margin. That way they have a little room to, I think I do want a little bit of padding too, but that gives them a little room to breathe. I'm going to get rid of that. Let's do like 10 padding just to give them a little scoosh of shoulder room inside. I'll make sure we don't have, yeah. Like the icon gets a little bit scrunchied. But that's probably fine. Can we look at... I guess you're kind of the yeah, you're 24 by 24, so you're kind of a diagonally boy anyway. Little rectangular guy. It's more or less the same. It's fine for a placeholder. We'll get something else in there. We'll make one at some other time. That's good enough to be a placeholder. Now, the other thing we could try to make sure... let's do a commit here. Make a custom tile or custom page widget to show icons with names under them. Give them a default icon. All that can go on up. And I tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll try to work on getting an exit button into the file drop down and removing the page that we're on from it as an option. So, be right back. There we go. Okay. Get that out of there. Let's see if we can figure out we have the list. Done with that for now. We have the list that we built of our things, and we'll add icons eventually. That's fine. The bar here. I don't know if we can do this. But let's try it. We'll do it with homepage first. We might have to call update on this or something like that. But let's see. So homepage doesn't show up. If we go to skills, it does show up. If we go back, does it? Oh, it will work. Awesome. Okay. So we do this so that it conditionally adds these things. attribute editor. Then we get these as options. Love that. Okay. Let's try to build this in a more intelligent way, though, because we do have this list. File, set menu, this. We can say, for page name range. What do we call you? Available pages. We'll need to do, I'm just going to steal my caser because we'll do the same thing. But we only need to do one of them up here in top bar land. Then what we do, new button on M, set text to caser.string page name on click func events.event pager.open page name, but also if pager.page is not equal to page name, which then means we don't need to duplicate all that. Then, ooh, that didn't get me my home. Because available pages doesn't include home. That's why. And we did that because we didn't want it to show up down here. But if we're going to use this to build other things, then it would make sense to include it, and then down here we just say if it's the home page, just continue. Oh, whoops. Up here. We don't need a... Actually, we could just do that. We don't need a link for ourselves on this page. Like so. Now, map editor, attribute editor, boop, home, map editor, perfect. And then we also want at the end of this loop, we do exit on click U what is should be a way to exit app. What is the exit app? Set title, set data. Data value being represented by this scene. Cycling views of a given item, so creating a new one. Huh, okay. So we have run main window. Where do you live? You live in main stage. Run main. New window. Get context, run dialogue. New render window. Is there anything documented for a body? Don't think I want a stage though. Also could be an event thing. Close. Oh. I wonder, just for fun. Well, let's not get distracted. But I wonder if that's our answer to our thoughts on the moving the bar, the other things up into the bar. Hey Jazz, how's it going? How's your Saturday treating you? What are you up to? How's the everything? Even yet, we have all these. Why don't I have a close? In fact, let me duplicate this so I just keep that stashed away. And do a search for exit. Close? No. App. What if I was to destroy the body? Let's see if that explodes horribly in my face. Probably, but you know, for science. Exit. No. Can close the scene. How about that? Gonna lurk today. I have lots of home stuff to do. I mean, that's fine. Always welcome to lurk. Ah, there we go. It's close. Scene.close. Love it. Enjoy your home stuff. I assume you're talking like home chores. Okay. The other thing that I wanted to try is we could do type is page struct. Probably doesn't need to be exported. It has a name, which is a string. It has a icon. Do I want to do that? Or let's do icon path, string, and then it has a function maybe? Would this make sense? It needs to be this signature. If I do this, this is a core.pages though. And if I was to do that, then I could do a list of, or rather a map of string to page, oops. And then this is still page. This is page name, page data, and then page name is fine. That's fine. We actually don't need the data yet here, but to do set icon to the page dot icon. Wow. So for here, this needs to become page UR homepage. Icon path is that. Function is home screen. So we called you. There we go. But you need to be a I can't do that because you I don't know if we gain anything from doing this. I think we just add complexity for no real reason. Let's roll that back. Roll this back as well. That still needs to be a to-do. And we just carry around data we don't need, right? Like you're just gonna have to register these correctly. And I don't even know if we're gonna do that. If it makes any sense to... Yeah, the map still probably makes sense. Let's call it good there for that part. Let's run this again. And we can still do all this. I'm missing a home page up here now. Because I've... Because that got killed when I rolled back. That's why. Make sure we still have our options here. Okay. And then we have home. That's weird that it puts it below. Would that be? I think we would need to do that. Because I bet you it's caching the existence of the other one and just adding the new thing. But if we delete all the children every time, let's see if I'm right. Home attribute editor. Home map editor. Yeah, had to be what it was. Nope, that time it was not there. Not correct either. I would need to... Oh, what if we move the children deleting down here? That'd be more correct anyway. Delete the children of the menu here. Which is the button. Which actually probably goes there. Or does it go even further down? Because here, M is this new scene. I think it's probably there. Because this is a scene inside of here. That time it was backwards too. Okay. So something ain't right. I'm an idiot. This is a map. Order's not guaranteed. That's why. So what we would have to do is come out here before the loop. So we wouldn't even need to have home in the available pages. We just take you out. We'll still leave the code to make sure it's not there down below, but here, if it's not homepage, then new button m set text caser.string homepage on click func e events dot event or or if we, instead of doing a map, bring this back, but this is actually just going to be a list of page we don't actually need to specify the name. We do that. We can do that for now. We'll do the same thing here. Last one. Like so. And instead of the map, do a list of page. Then here, that can be that. That can be that. Page. This. Name. What is else? What am I shadowing here? Shadows declaration. Oh, right. This page. Leave my strings alone. That's fine. Name. Then we can go back up here. We do the same thing. This page, actually, we just throw that away. We don't care about the index. Then this page.name, this page.name, this page.name. And then we always have a guaranteed order, because as we add more things, we kind of want them to look the same every time you go to the page, right? Otherwise it looks sloppy and weird, and I don't like it. So Everything looks pretty awesome there. We'll do type gen again. Sure, why not? I don't think that anything should have changed, but just to be sure. And then we'll do a quick commit here. Once we're done with that. Just waiting for this to finish. There we go. Okay, now. We'll do that later. I think we're good for the home page for now. Yeah, let's do a commit. Build the file menu based on where we are. Parens exclude current page as an option. And switch to a list instead of a map so that the order is always the same. Order of page options is always the same. And let's take a quick look here. I think we're good to go ahead and merge this as well. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I think we've done what we want to. Oh, wait, no, we were going to explore real quick. Yeah. Okay. We're going to explore the close event. Let's just, as a quick test. For instance, let's say you'd probably want it to be trigger when a scene containing a widget is about to close. But I don't, this isn't a scene. So I don't think this is going to fire. But just, why not? We'll test it. On close. Because the scene is the parent thing. So let's run this. This might be just one of those things where I need to ask them and be like, hey, how do we do this? So if I open map and then I go back to home, no close. Open attributes, map, attribute, app, home. Yeah, no event. Okay. So I would have to do a new scene. But that would break our drag and drop. Maybe. I don't know if you can nest scenes. Let's look at the docs for scene. Scene is a frame widget contains all the widgets of a window or dialogue. Root of a widget tree. Central scene is a body. Okay. So yeah, I don't think that works. Because that would be tied into doing a new body. Okay. So let's just roll this out. And we'll go back to where we were. And yeah, we'll just go ahead and merge this for now. Merge you. And we'll tidy this up real quick. Oops. Go. There we go. All right, 2 mains open now. I do. Okay. Let's tidy that up. Do I have 2 runs? Let's close all of it. And reopen main. There we go. Okay. What's the next task we're going to tackle? Go back to that. Let's go back to here. We have... That's probably a Kojin bug. Let's fix this bug. Let's do quick branch, map, fix, drag, drop. There's 2 things that we'll fix in here. Drag you over here to my in progress as well. Okay, so map. Map widget. Here in init land. Let's collapse these as we go just for my sanity. Init, oh, it's not in init. It must be in build the view grid. Oh, hang on. It's tile grid. This is scrolling. Mouse drag. That's for moving. It's in the tiles themselves because they're the drop target, so they need to know that they are droppable. So tiles, room tile, and connection tile both will have it. You get used a lot. While we're here, let's just do this is error because it's kind of backwards. We do this. Do that. Do that. Perfect. That'll get that out of there. On drop. Eval data type received on drop is not a good error for this. It's too engine programmery, right? It will tell us, right, meow. I can actually run this to make very much certain that I'm correct. Map editor, test map. Delete these. I also need to delete a room. So if I had a room and I tried to drop you on a connection, yeah, beep, tile data. So what we need to do is say if we could actually do the switch on the type of this, right? And then we can do can I do this? I forget. Um, if it's this, put you up here real quick. So I'm gonna borrow some of you. All of this happens. If it is that. If you are tile data, however, we do this and we say you're not even error snack bar. Let's just do a message snack bar. I don't think we get anything else from an error that we wouldn't get from doing this. And we just say, we're in connection. Let me double check this as well while we're here. Ink. Yes. But let's rename you to data. You are cannot drop tile data on connection tile. Like so. And then default we can do this again. It'll still be kind of jankerific, but it shouldn't fire, right? Last ditch effort. What did you drop? And then we do this same treatment to the room tile, but vice versa, right? So where we do our drop, tidy that up real quick while we're here. We do the switch. We take that out. We can actually do tile data here. We'll put you... Guess that can go inside there too. That's probably fine. This all, however... Case... Oops, not you. Case template manager dot tile data. Do all these things. Oh, you need to go here. Here we go. And then case template manager dot connection data. Do this except for you are that, and then you are connection tile data on room tile. And I should do room tile over here. And then our default is the same. RT though, and tile data. Then I should be able to get rid of that. Did I delete? Let's do this at the end in the same way we did over here. So in all cases, we set handled. And then all the extra stuff after is probably fine. Should be good. Let's run that. Test map. Let's just delete this tile here. And then not drop room tile data on connection tile. And vice versa. Perfect. Okay. That's one thing fixie fixed. Why are you screwed up now? That's because we needed to fix this too. Why is that broken? It's broken because yeah, let's do a commit first. It's broken because we made changes, I bet. Do that. Display better error message in case of dropping wrong tile data on Grid tile. The let me run this again. The test map GUIDs might not be the same. In fact, the map GUIDs might not be the same. So we're looking at FB9D for a skill. And if we go to the server, config, let's go with skills. None of those match. Our test data was pulled from, I don't know where. We might have just generated new GUIDs. But we do need to handle that in a better way for if you have changed something, right? So let's go to the template. Not this template. This template. But not. Where did I put you? Connection form. DC is in here because it's its own creature that we reuse a lot. So when we build you, chooser, set items to chooser items. Where do we set current value? Data struct skill ID. Empty chooser value is none. We need a so here we need to do is say, or we probably don't care about the index range of can I can't get the values out of you, which is a little problematic. I think I'm still in same scope, right? Yeah, so I can do I can say if the data struct skill ID text, it's not text though, it's value. Then I do this. I break. But my first thing that I set it to set not that current value is to invalid chooser value. Except that needs to be cast, or not cast, but type asserted. Oop, that broke. Interface is nil, not UUID. Okay. Chooser items. Why would you be nil? This happened during a net. Oh, because you. Oh no, this adds it to the list if it's not empty, so that shouldn't be the case. Tree plan, skill DC, form init. Ah, because you're not chooser items. Oh, this is chooser item. Okay. Because the first one is now. Okay. First one only has a text. I see. I see. So here we need to say don't check that one. Which we should flip that around and check it for nil though, because we could get a nil in here some way, shape, or form by accident. I just want to make sure this is going to work before. No, it crashed again. Same deal, nil, not UUID. Okay. Interesting. Data struct is not nil because we're in here. Skill ID is not UUID.nil. So I guess we say that. Maybe. That's weird. String, not UUID. That is a string. Then we can do that. Yeah, it's fine. I think. Hopefully. Let's find out. Okay, so far so good. Test map. Guess I just clicked wrong. Not set though. Why would that be? Well, that's 2,700 words, and I think I'll take an early night. I've been up at like 5 a.m. today. Still don't know why that happens, only on weekends. That is a funny question. I have a full confidence you'll figure this one out. I mean, I do too. I'm just confused. One of those things, you know? I hope your riding was productive, and we'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Have yourself a wonderful night. Our value is nil. And our value is a string. Then we continue. Well, our value is an interface, so yeah, Go does that. Better go to sleep now. You'll get wound up. You won't be able to sleep. The data struct skill ID string which is whatever. If you're equal to this, then set the current value to that. And then break. Otherwise, it should stay. So why doesn't it stay? Becomes my question. It works for oh. No, because it adds. Dang it. That's the thing that's why we're here, is because it adds it if it doesn't exist. I bet you it's because of this string comparison in some way, shape, or form. So what I could actually do is say this, and we'll print out data struct, skill ID to string, and chooser item value string. Then get an idea. Actually, might want to make these quoted strings just to check for white space issues. We'll do it next if this doesn't give us any interesting clarity. B9D that, B9D that, B9D that. Well, if you exist, then why don't you exist? It's because Chooser, new chooser, skill row, set items, chooser items. Go through available skills. I bet. I don't know if I can debug this effectively or not. Let's find out. Give it a minute to build here. So I go here, I go here, I go here. What's going on there? We'll check that in a minute. Oh. Because we are in a different, okay, yeah. Deeply frustrating. Print those as well. Acrobatics is FB9D. Okay. So that's acrobatics, and it is in our list. But why doesn't it resolve then? Get ID, get name, get description. Value should be any though. Right, not a function. That's why. I think this is it because we used to drive it on the UUID. Maybe. Trying to remember. Nope, that went badly. Okay. Show me. History for selection. Current. It used to just be ID. That used to be this guy. That's not what I want. Why can't I just go there? This used to be named ID, I think. No. What did I change? Show me the history for the whole file. Where's the pop out? I forget. Anyway. So we added all that stuff. Show me the diff instead. There's the pop out. We didn't change that. We gave you get ID, set ID, all that. Where did ID used to come from? Config manager dot skill. It didn't have an ID. Oh, because you were using this. That's right. I forgot that used to exist. Okay. Because that we didn't actually build specifically for the skills and attributes thing. It was just a placeholder. And we had it in there to begin with. Okay. So, that's why that. I don't remember what it was. Was it a string or not? And I bet if we were to do this, because we stored the value as a string now. Yes, okay. But I don't think there's a reason why we shouldn't be able to do that. Except for that crashes and burns because Interface is UUID, not string, which happens at the init. SkillDCGo 119, which is here. Ah, right, duh. Undo that. That way we don't have to type assert all over the place. Or do, rather call string all over the place. Okay, that still blows up though. In 120, so here, because I changed my log message, not the actual code, silly me. And then there we go. Fix my import. Thank you. So that hopefully fixes, yes, okay. Fixes us back up there. And nothing is assigned in the map. We're good there. But for the heck of it, let's go into templates, connections, and just make up a rando one. That won't be... There we go. So if we were to come in, do that, invalid skill ID, then I would have options. Perfect. And we'll put that back. Ooh, we want to make sure though that invalid doesn't get populated. It does. Okay, because we added it here. I keep forgetting it does that. This is just such a surprising side effect, right? So if dot what's the default if it's not? It'd be empty, right? Well, no, it wouldn't be at all. I guess I would just need to do... So here I do that and I say that and I say if it doesn't exist, not you, but you, let's do a little bit better. Skill ID valid. So, connections, perfect. Should we do that? Okay, now, if I was to go back again and say Change that to something that didn't work correctly. Because it was invalid. Then it would say invalid. And I'd be able to change it. Invalid would still be there. But I would be able to change to one of the valid options. Okay. Don't save that. Just revert that. Perfect. Okay. Let's do a commit there. Display invalid. ID text instead of UUID when or in case of template having bad ID stored. Okay. So we fixed the bad error. We fixed the thing that cropped up. Should actually do if template name value ID does not match any available skill, the chooser displays a UUID for the text. This is confusing and long and bad. And we just fixed that. Okay. I'm going to go use the restroom really quick, and I'll be right back. There we go. Hey, Yudo. You are a little bit late, but I'm still here. Just had to go use the restroom, get a new beverage, all that good stuff. My camera has decided to go all blurry. That's cool. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. There. Now, one more bug to fix on this. Go over here. So if I drop, run this real quick. Map editor, test map. If I delete a room, boop, and I try to drop a connection in, it blows up because one of the rooms is nil. So I need to go look at the drag drop. This is going to be on connections. Rooms shouldn't be affected. We do need to check though that, and I'm pretty sure we fixed this because I think we encountered this too. If I delete this room and I come into this room and I try to connect you to here, yeah, it does not have a room configured. So we checked it on that. So we just need to check it in connection tile. In the drag droppy stuff. Here, collect all associated tiles, send change, connect, I should say, all associated tiles. Associated tiles. So, up here, we say if, it would be here. If origin equals nil or destination is nil, message snack bar unable to connect one or more, or actually I could do how do I want to do this? Because if it was like a diagonal, you'd still want this to work if possible. But this, right. There's two different cases. I forgot about that. Not sure. Seems like these could be combined. Why didn't I? So, but that I guess it does make our decisions easier. So if origin is nil, hey, thanks for that follow. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's not a follow. It's a redeem. I gotta do something because it says if you know, you know, and boy, do I not know. You don't even know. Here we go. Let's make sure I'm not too scraggly here, real quick. There we go. Brutal. 5 minutes of glory. Glorious, brutal Metalocalypse mode. Okay, so thank you. If origin is nil, is there any value in? Probably not. Probably no different value. No value in having like a different log message. We just do a message snack bar, and we say one or more associated tiles is empty, unable to connect to an empty tile. Like so, and we return. And then down here, we need to make sure, because this should fix, let's just double check. This should fix only vertical and horizontals. Come in here, go to our test map, delete you, connections, unable to connect to an empty tile. Same there. Okay, does not blow up. But if I do this, overwrite, yes, exploded. Okay. So we just need to, in here, say if associated tile dot map tile is nil, or second tile dot map tile is nil. We'll continue. We won't stop the process, but we will do a message snack bar that says one or more associated tiles is empty, skipping, or not really skipping. Associated tiles is empty and will not be connected. There. How about that? So, if we delete a room, boop, and then I come in here, do that, overwrite, sure. And if I was to delete that, put that in, it would still do those two. if I was to delete that, then these two should get connected, but we don't allow that. So nothing happens. Perfect. And we really get crazy with it. Perfect. Okay. Handled. Love it. Let's do a commit. Fix panic when attempting to connect tiles. To connect a tile. Trying to drop a connection on a tile with empty rooms associated. There we go. That's close to what happened. Close to the true nature of what we just did. Okay. That will fix this. So we can put that into done. And then let's merge this. Just knocking out the little bugs. We'll probably look at doing status effects next. And that will do a little bit of, or require a little bit of plotting and planning. I think we need to look at what we have and think about what we desire. Get that done, and we'll tidy this up. Not that. Update that. Okay. And we'll put that away. Okay. So, the plan. Let's get this tidied up. Oops. Don't need all these things open just right. Meow. Let's go look at the server, because it currently has the Notion. I think it's in character. No, it's in game manager. Maybe I lied. Where did I put you? It's the database. You must be in character. You are. Yes, okay. Status. That might change for the sake of organization, but it also might just change the way the editor looks. No, I don't think it does. I don't think it matters either way. Let's go to our effects. Effect is an interface that tells us, allows us to get the things of an effect. So we'll need this. But yeah, if we want to, use these, they would have to come out of internal, which I'm not terribly opposed to. Config manager also, however, should already know how to pull them out. Statuses, yes. So we could just use this effect. I think I have a thing open to just make everything use these. So the internals. But that wouldn't work because it's an interface. But these guys could use it. Except for... they can't. They just have a really big constructor. Which is probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. But how do you want to convey this to the user? We would have to export this, but we don't want to do that. But we do wish for you to be able to create these things. So we might have to rethink this actually from the server level as well a little bit here. Because we have different things that we want to accomplish, right? Um, just do this. Don't think there's a reason to have these split like this when you consider it in the context of a thing to be edited, right? Because you would have to write you'd have to write code to get this to change, and that's unless like to add a like an archetype, you might almost call it, right? And that's not super friendly. And if we're saying that we can handle, serializing and deserializing with one grand struct, then I don't think there's a reason why we can't handle it with struct on a server, right? We just need to handle the cases where there is no damage per tick type thing, right? So that I think goes into character. I don't remember what drove me to split them like that. We have applied damage. That could stay. Skill check, that's fine. Set skill bonus. Setting a provided skill name. If valid, bonus on this character. Yeah, okay. Set attribute score. Get attribute score. Skill score. Not. I don't remember why. I think rollers needs to come out of character 2 so that we can set it up, but we'll do that later. That's fine. I think where did the was it in manager that we dealt with statuses? I'm not. It's not super happy with this total in total. This is probably fine. This is fine because this is databasey stuff. Well, you're in the same package anyway. Okay, that's fine. I just don't understand why I don't remember why I did some of this stuff. But I'm sure there was a reason. And if I just yeet a refactor without knowing it, I'll probably regret it. Internal skills to character. This is all for databasey things. What attributes? Load skills. Status effects. Add character, remove character. Manager. Notification channel, yes. Ruler, okay. Where did I do this stuff? Let's look at the statuses. We add you. That's because we put you into the manager. The manager handles applying you. Which I don't know if that matters. That seems silly to do in retrospect. And I think it's because I put it internal, and I don't really remember why I decided that. It might have just been like, why not, you know? Because other things will need to be able to apply a status to a character. Like we'll eventually have like a combat manager, probably, right? Where well, that might just fall into game manager too. But something will need to tell you, hey, you just got hit, and by the way, this magic sword poisons you or whatever, right? But like this all makes sense. These return the score, the bonus, skill value, base attribute, bonus, and modified value true. Base value of the skill named if valid, as well as the modified value. I don't know that. Seems like you should just call the thing directly. I think I was trying to be flexible, but that seems silly in retrospect. Apply status effect. Okay, we were getting it by the ID. Right, okay, because not everything... See, I remember now. Not everything knows what status effects exist. From their point of view, they just have an ID that says, hey, this is my status effect. I remember this now. So, the manager would get the status effect, figure out what it was, and apply it or do an error or whatever, right? Evening Mongoose, evening guys. What environment are you using and what coding language are you using? Is it Python? No, it's Golang. That's why it says building a mud game engine in Go. As far as environment, Linux, if that's what you mean. Gotta go, lovely people. Have a nice day, evening, night. Thank you for streaming, Mongoose. See you tomorrow. You're very welcome. Thank you for hanging out. I hope your chores and house stuff went well. And we'll see you tomorrow as well. Sleep well. So that's the reason why the manager knows about that. Because I didn't want every character to have to load up and carry around all that stuff and then reload it or whatever. The manager applies it, or we get it out of the manager and then we apply it. Which seems kind of backwards. The manager should just apply it to us. But not everything knows about the... Right, I was trying to reduce bottlenecks. Or like, single points of stuff getting passed around everywhere. Because if you have the character, that's right. That's why the character knows who its manager is, so it can reach up there and say, hey, what is this effect I was just told about? I meant like Visual Studio. No, this is GoLand from JetBrains. So that's why that. And that still does make sense. Because kind of the view of anything else should be that I'm acting on a character. But we don't want to have every single character need to copy every single thing and then need to reload it if it's changed or whatever. That's still valid. I don't know that the idea to return modified and unmodified in bool still makes sense. I don't think I like that. And then we have the ability to remove and decrement the effects because things outside may act on there, like an ability that would um um like remove a stack of poison or whatever, right? But we don't have abilities like that. We have skills, but not like spells and attacks and things. It's also a thing we need to add eventually. But I guess they could be. Yeah, I think we want them to be a different thing that we can drive them off of a skill or an ability. But the yeah, this shouldn't be. This shouldn't be here. This should be map things. Um, Same here. Oh no, no, this is okay. This notifies our listeners. That's right. This needs to be more generic though. But here's an example where we know about a character, but not a manager or anything else, right? We know about our manager. That's fine. Um, so we need to really generalize that a little bit, but it's fine for now. Our status effects, though, we'll look at those. Applied statuses, remove status effect. So we have a pointer to a list of applied status list, which I had to mutex. I'd like to clean up a lot of this too. But UI wise, how are we going to make this more generic code wise, but also UI wise, so that we can create a new type of a status? Or do we not? Do we say, like, you get archetypes and that's just what you get? This being a superset of this just doesn't make sense to split these up like this. We could just do the same things we needed to do anyway for the interface in anything where it doesn't apply. It's config manager. The effects. Yeah. Modify. Yeah, I'm not sure if that makes sense anymore. Probably. Because we need to be able to modify a skill or an ability or an attribute. Yeah, we need to combine this. Let's do a new diagram. We'll need to let's save you as real quick. And you will be status effects mockup. Um we'll need to figure out how we represent this to the user. And we'll probably kind of do the same thing we have been in regards to like a list and the ability to add stuff. And then do a form in the middle here, sort of. More or less like that. Probably want some kind of labely type deal. Actually, I don't need that square. I can just do in here. And then this will have like a name and, well, if not, we're going to have type. Like bleed. Burning. Etc. Oops. Want that. And then we'll make that scrollable. In here, what we'll actually have is no title there. But name like that. And then we'll take a inspiration here for, oh yeah, actually we would need we'll want an ID field just for not editable, just to show. And then like probably some check boxes for stacking and stuff like that. We could do that. Duration, all that. Fast tick won't apply, but damage protect will. But also we might want these to be conditional on these existing. Like if it doesn't have a tick time, then damage protect doesn't make sense. I'll have to see what makes more sense. But that's a pretty good rough in kind of idea of what we want. I think. And is kind of in keeping with what we have so far for a UI. For the editor. Yeah. That's not terrible. We'll need to clean this up. Do I want to do that in the same PR? Maybe. Maybe not. Let me just make myself a little cardy card here. Clean up the status effects code. Current interface based design is too complex for no benefit. And then editor status effects, build the status effects UI. And we had another card over here, just a note for ourselves to remind us that we want this to be set by default to block or log out if it does damage or anything like that. Okay, so what are you? Oh, you're back up. I don't want to back up. Go away. Add status effects UI mockup. Except for I'm not in. There we go. All right. But that will take us past 4 o'clock by a little bit. No worries there, though. I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Monday. Starting on Friday, ending on Monday. And if you like this kind of thing, then if you show up tomorrow at whatever time it is now, minus 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of it. And I'd love to see you again. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out. And hope to see you again. If not, have a great weekend. We'll see you soon.